All right. I'm going to do a quick little stretch, and I'm going to let the intro cinematic play, and then we'll get started. Be right back, fellas.
Perhaps you've seen it, maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Okay, I'm back. Had a nice little stretch. Nice and limber. thoughts on Kazan? I think Kazan's pretty good, honestly. The very first item. I mean, what the fuck is my camera speed? Holy shit. He didn't wake up. Hold on. Believe in me? Thanks. Honestly, this game feels like incredibly cursed right now. I don't know if something is like wrong with my controller, but the fucking camera sensitivity is like so fucking shit. Alright, what do we got? Oh my god, a silver cat ring? Holy shit. That's actually kind of fucking pog champ, dude. And go straight into the hole, baby. Oh yeah. So many birds. Can I actually use this frickin' hammer right now? Wow, I can. Oh, this thing has no scaling. Extremely low durability. Huh. How low is the durability? 30? Oh my god. The insta-key luck. 50 lock stones. We have silver cat ring and Leningrass key already. It's kind of crazy, actually.
Are you?
This game feels so weird right now. I don't know if it's because I've been playing Kazan or what, but...
And what do you do? And if do you That is a wise decision.
Hey, Graydon. Ooh, the Moonlight Greatsword. Lois Greatsword. Azal's Staff. Oh. Hey, more souls. The fake one is better? Nah, no shot. I don't know, the Lois Greatsword might be good. I can't remember. I need 13 strength and 28 dex. Yeah, we're not getting that. Hey, Graydon, thank you for the bits, man. Also, Senin Payne, thank you for the Prime sub. Mr. Haddington, thank you for the 38 months. Out of Time, thank you for the 16 months. VE, thank you for the 5. What do we get? The penal pants? Penal skirt. Manslayer. This does poison. I think the Heidi Lance is pretty good too. Oh. Hello, Mr. Fume Knight. Yo, Sir Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted men. Retainer's short sword. My god, we've spent so much time just running around looting, though. Okay, let's... Does this Heidi Great Lance upgrade with Titanite? Yo, Orange Bishop, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Thank you, man. It is Titanite. Also just have a normal broadsword. We also have a honestly, shields, I feel like I don't know, like it's a little cheesy, I guess, but like shields are pretty fucking good in this game. Yo, Jack, thank you for the 5 gifted. No, they're not boss souls. Alright, I need 20 strength, 16 dex. The shields are genuinely insanely good. They can block so much damage if you have like a strong one. It's really nice. Alright, we need ADP. I think that's good. 89. Alright, I mean, this is a pretty nice start. We could go down to the pit. But I might go to Dragon Rider first. PB3? Yeah, I know. Yeah, the gutter is kind of scary, I will say. Some cool armor. That's a lot of dragon bones. I don't know if I actually... Oh. I had no idea that there was this stat down here for armor. Not that it's really relevant, but... I think the Dispelling Ring is just defense against elements. The stamina consumption in this game is just something else, dude. Oh my. Oh, dear God. Surely I can, like, make him... Can I make him, like, fall off? Does my R2 really use my entire stamina bar? It does. That's unfucking believable. Okay. I love this game. Okay, well, they do not... I like how That's like so funny that an enemy that only exists in an area that literally has no, well, actually that's not completely true. But basically in an area where enemies can never fall, they're so good at avoiding the ledge. Dude, I genuinely don't know what to do against those guys. Actually, maybe I might have been able to I might have been able to stun them with the hammer that I had. I think I could pancake them with the knight's hammer that I had. I think it has the same moveset as the great club. Better chance of it falling by running the Dragon Rider. Yeah, I should have just ran. I should have just tried to run past it, honestly. Should have just YOLO'd the Dragon Rider. It was a good weapon. Yeah, it was a good seed we had there. But, yeah.
Perhaps
He stuns me right next to the ledge, and then I die to my get up animation, making me step 2 pixels backwards. Classic. What the heck happened? I died. I died horribly. And painfully, like a big old noob. Heal. Alright. This class has the life ring, the Explorer. Only this class starts with the binoculars and that's it. Fuck. What about the warrior? What is that? What is that? The Melu Scimitar. I think this is a decent starting weapon. Oh, a shard right off the bat. Nice. It is nice how much like variety there is in this game in terms of items and like enemies. Like every run is like so different. Although I will say the starting weapons themselves. Wait, is there an option in the randomizer that you could get weapons that you can't actually use? Oh yeah, unusable equipment is an option. I don't know. I'm like, I kind of want to turn that on because the thing is, a lot of the time you get a lot of stats anyways. So like, I think it might be more because you end up seeing like the same weapons as like starters so often. Might actually be kind of nice to do that, I think. Oh my god, the key again already. Sheesh. What's up, Double Edger? Listen, I know you love RE7 salad, but RE7 is... I mean, I love RE7 as well, but it's fucking pitiful. How many... Oh, a great machete. You get blobs and more blobs in RE7. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Ashen Mist Hearts. Majestic Greatsword. Oh, that's Artorias' Greatsword. Some nice cheap souls. Let's get one resin. I don't think I have any Titanite. No. I just want to like run to Dragon Rider already, honestly. I'm impatient, I just want to go fast. The bingo list you can add to showcase the key items. Yeah. True. Silver Serpent. Garrison Ward Key. You miss Ashley? Honestly, RE4 Rando was so much fun. Spitfire Spear. I wonder if this thing's any good. I feel like I remember it actually being good. Maybe. Oh, the Lion Warrior Cape is for fall damage, and the pants is equip load. Hey, that's nice. Slumbering Shield is stamina regen. The thing about stamina regen shields, chat. Oh wait, do you mean this one that restores HP? Is there a shield? Another shield in there? Am I fucking blind or dumb? What? What are you fucking talking about? Where's... Oh, it's right here. I am dumb. Yep. Alright, so the thing is, about those shields, the amount that it weighs, like, offsets the stamina regen. So, like, it doesn't actually do anything. From what I remember. The one that gives you a bunch of stats. Yeah, that one's really good. Vessel Shield, I think it's called. Alright, I'm just gonna pump health and we go run to Dragon Rider. Yeah, the dragon rings are good. I had one run where I had like third dragon ring and life ring +3 early on. It was like so good. Actually, wait, hold on. I'll be right back. Once. Death counter has a border? What? Oh, do you mean the splits? You mean the splits, right? Alright, surely no horse enemy. Ooh. Hey, Pig, thank you for the 13 months. Zytex, thank you for the 5 months. Fuzatsu, thank you for the sub. And Hero of Kavach, thank you for the 64 months. Oh god, no. Those little porcupine enemies are, like, they have no right being as strong as they are. Oh my god, I don't do fucking anything. I'm gonna run. Hopefully this guy doesn't blat. Oh, Jesus. Oh god. I don't know if I should grab this. Oh! Oh! My ass! And then he jumps off the... Just... Dude, I thought I was in the clear, man. Turn on unusable weapons. Oh yeah, let me do that. That wasn't even hard, man. I didn't give the porcupine enough respect, I guess. All right, we're running straight to Dragon Rider. No fucking around. Oh dear God, I'm already dead, guys. Fucking, it's over. Oh, is that the flexile curved sword? Oh, fuck yeah. I think it upgrades with dragon scale. Yeah, I need 25 dex. That's okay. We're gonna get that from killing whatever Dragon Rider is. We're going straight there, guys. No wasting time. We need to just kill bosses. Yes, there was a red Sonic. Got killed by fucking Knuckles. I do have the unusable equipment option on. I turned that on because, well, I don't know. I feel like it's just kind of boring how, well, maybe not boring, but you always start with like this. There's like 10 different starting weapons you can get, and that's it. So, I feel like it just might be more interesting. Because the thing is, a lot of the time you will just kill, like you'll get souls from item pickups. So you'll be able to get the stats for whatever weapon anyways. I don't really think it's that big of a deal either way. I mean, in a way, starting with unusable equipment is actually, like, I don't know, it's useful but also detrimental because, like, I can't kill stuff right now, right? But now I have at least a good weapon right off the bat when I am gonna be able to use it. Whereas if you don't have the unusable equipment on, you know, most of the starting weapons you can get are kind of ass. Although you can get the blacksmith's giant hammer as a starting weapon. Like you can have enough stats to actually use that right off the rip, which is pretty nice. Are these guys fighting each other? I'm gonna let them just do their thing. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Jesus. Did he snipe you with a rocket? Apparently. Did so much damage. He was shooting at the other guy? Wait, are you fucking serious? He was shooting at the other guy and he... That's crazy. This guy's actually a friend. Oh, it's really easy to set it up, odds. Oh god, no, not it. Nah, dude. Well, it's freaking over, man. Just kill me, honestly. I don't even... Whatever, dude. It's over. That was terrible, but it was over anyways, man. I'm just gonna get cursed to death. You can't even kill the curse wells, man. What? Maybe I should equip Dark Sign. Probably should have just Dark Signed out there. I wonder if you can actually get her to fall. This rando seems rough with the lack of scaling. Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes it more like RNG, not having the scaling on, but... Hey, Fluty Kosna, thank you for the 73 months. Also, Nemi, thank you for the Prime sub. Couscous, thank you for the 44 months and the gifted sub. Yeah, this rando is brutal. You can get her to fall, but you'll fall with her 99% of the time. Yeah. I should have at least, I don't know, I probably should have given that a better shot. I kind of just let her kill me there. I kind of just gave up right away. Holy shit, that was loud. A great club on the cleric. Problem is, I don't know what half of these weapons are. What should I start with? Brightbug is pretty good. Is that Dragon Rider Twin Blade? I feel like that's a really bad item. Oh, is this the katana that makes you hurt yourself? It's also on Deprived. Hell, I actually don't really know. I might start Knight. Just bonk the club. I wonder how many bright bugs you get. Oh, you get 3. It's pretty good. Did you randomize starting stats? I don't... Jesus Christ, these fucking blacksmiths are so loud. They're all fucking hitting at the same time. It's like amplified. It's like a friggin' old patch Mirror Knight. Oh. Surprise ass flash, yeah. Classic. Ooh, Ivory King Soul. What's up, Ain? Have you been playing, First Berserker, Ots? What have you been up to? I know there was like a new,
Are you? Then
they released like a PTB or something, right? For, Dead by Daylight recently. I was watching you play the new killer for a little bit. Wow, we have 30,000 souls. That's a lot. And we have... Wait, hold on, what? Alright, all I have is the club. Gotta finish the RE4 rando. Yeah, the RE4 rando is so much fun. Probably my favorite rando out of all the ones I've done. Ooh, a +1 whip. Okay. It. Oh. My game crashed. Do I need to re-roll the enemies? Or... I guess I'll reboot it and we'll see. Well, let's see if it crashes again real quick. I guess it probably will. Wait, so I need to lower Majula enemies? Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, so... Enemy randomizer... Majula... 9? Could it not be the... Heidi's? I feel like it's when it's loading in. I'm gonna lower Majula by 1 and Heidi's by 1. I guess it could be Copes. Yeah, that's true, actually. Come on, you could do a game. Nope. It could not do it, actually. Okay. So... Huntsman's Copes and Undead Purgatory, set that to 9, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, I've never seen a crash here either. Bro, what the fuck? Why is it just crashing here every time? I don't get it. Okay. Hope's 8. Majula 8. Heidi's Tower 8. Randomize. Can I not just re-roll the enemy seed instead? Like, I don't see why there's... It's not like I've killed any bosses yet. So... I don't know what it would affect, because I haven't... The game crashed before I could even... What the f... Okay. What the fuck is going on? It crashed before I could even load in the game. Crashed in the menu. Alright, I re-rolled the enemy seed. The items are still the same, so I feel like... Well, that should be fine. I think. Because the items are all in the same spots, it's just the bosses that drop the items might be different. Alright, it should be fine now, hopefully. Copium. Well, I guess the only... Rerolling the enemies could potentially be an issue if you're like halfway into the run, because then bosses that you've already killed could like come back. I mean, I think you can get duplicate bosses anyways, but... Yeah, but we're at the start, so yeah, it doesn't really matter. And I mean, you know, let's say you found a boss that was like too difficult to do and then you re-rolled the enemies, you could potentially, you know, go back and now the boss would be like an easy boss or something as well. But again, yeah, we're early on, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh. Oh, this is not, oh my god, this is not good. Brother, are you fucking... the AI in this game, it's like they just know. They just know. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Oh no. Gentlemen? Okay. King's Mirror. Oh, hi, Melentia. Sun Sword. Black Dragon Sword. I mean, honestly, infinite poison arrows, kind of huge. Like, I mean, I don't have a bow, but also, doesn't this give... Wait, is it... You lose 1 dex, but you get... Can have it in my offhand. It's definitely worth using. Sun Sword as Sacred Oath? Does it really?
May the offer your
Are you sure? I don't know if I believe you. I don't have no Sacred Oath. I was almost certain, but I wasn't entirely sure. Man, I don't know. I don't know where I should go.
What do you and that
Hit time?
when you put
Man, this guy fucking yaps so much.
that is all.
Yeah, we just don't have many souls to pop here. So bright. What the? Oh, the crying mask. Some dung pies. Was Santier's spear in there? I guess we're gonna go to the forest. I don't know, man. Crying mask increases lightning damage taken. That's true. That is true. Rhea's soul's worth a lot. Good old club. What is he swinging at? Is there any key items that you must have in order to progress the main story? Yeah. I believe so. You don't actually need Cat Ring. Yeah, it kind of annoys me that the fragrant branches are all looted in one spot, because I feel like it's so difficult to, or not difficult, but I feel like I very rarely find the branches, so I'm just not able to go to the shaded woods, like, ever. Man, I really... Are they in a bundle like that? Something to do with the... Not sure who. Oh yeah. Oh my god, dude. Oh, come on, man. He poisons through that one, too. There we go. Okay, I can actually push them off the ledge. I'm just scared of falling off myself while trying to do it. Gravity in this game is just so scary. Oh, that guy gave a lot. Wait, I can oh right, I can power stance. These are both hammers. Funny. Yeah, it's funny that this area is actually easier than the rando, or than like normal scholar in majority of cases. This part is actually like so toxic in the base game. Do I have a bone? Oh man. Well, if I mean, hopefully it's something we can kill. Oh, that's doable. Okay, I don't know how I didn't get the strafe on that, but whatever. Come on. Brother, can you? I'm so annoyed. This is the most troll center. Stop fucking doing that. This fucking game, dude. Why are you so AFK? Like... I can't hit that strafe, man. There we go. I don't think I'm like cutting enough to the left. I really didn't want to use another heal there, but it's okay. I actually have decent ADP. We have 90 agility. It's not bad. Alright, well that could have been a lot worse, honestly. I used way more healing there than I would have liked, but... it is what it is, I guess. Pike. Could have been the Chandra, yeah. Okay, what now? I mean, we could go down the pit. Hey, it's a time save strat. Because normally she needs to stand up. But yeah, if you talk to her and then hit her, it saves a few seconds. Alright, we have 5 Awestones to offer. Okay. Yeah, it's the speedrun strat, chat. Oh man, that's a lot of basilisks. Kinda scared, guys. Oh my god. They're so loud. Hey Juho, thank you for the, oh god, the 66 months. Oh my god, am I dead? What? Is that... Dude, it's... That's fucking Aldia! Is he nuking? Oh god. Oh Jesus. No. Did I miss the item in the window? Bro, I was trying to fucking survive, alright? That's petrifying. Surprised he didn't break that. I think he broke it now. Random makes the chest unbreakable. Oh, that would make sense. Alright. Oh, this guy's falling down from up there. I see. Alright, let's buy the souls. Fucking enemies are so loud, man. Crossbow. Spada Ropera. I wonder if this thing's probably pretty good. Should I buy those? Oh my god, Infinite Titanite. Wow. My god, he's so fucking loud. Ooh, force. Blood bite ring. Bro! Are you... Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. Ah! I have no fire. I mean, I can blow up. Do I have fire bolt or arrow? No. And Aldia is trying to nuke me. I mean, I have a charcoal pine. I wasn't sure how much damage it would do. I'm fine, though. I really need healing, man. Dude, he like hit my toe with that. Channeler's Trident. Warp. Oh, man. I might be dead here, I don't know. I don't have any heals, dude. So bad so far. The Hob strats. Everybody's just spamming Hob. I don't know. Oh my god, I almost just died. Jesus, it does so much build up. Bro. Alright, let's just get to shooting. Whatever, it doesn't have that much health. We can kill it. I don't know how I get through otherwise. Okay, I should probably lock on though. The problem is I can't get through the doorway. I do have poison arrows, but I have no bow. Are we... Wait, did I miss? I wasn't, I was just reading chat. Bro, he is like tweaking out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, alright. Ooh. I think that peasant armor gives ADP. Oh, we wasted all that? Well, we could still kill him. I guess. Wow, plus 3,000. Heck yeah.
Oh, it allows undead.
Some shoes. Thanks, bud. I really need some healing. I just had a feeling he was gonna do that. Oh, dear God. Okay, well, the enemies really weren't able to chase me. Hey, Arnukor, thank you for the 103 months. feel like that item up there is so dangerous, because when you go for it, there's like enemies that jump down, I think. From like up above here. Yeah. They just walking off? Oh no. Please don't fall on me. This guy is gonna show up after the... Oh. Okay. Hello? Yeah, we can't ride her. Well, maybe you can, but it doesn't... Is there no, like... There's no, like, safe spot. Aw. I shouldn't have won. Oh, that's okay. That last hit was kind of greedy. It's alright. I really need to level up my dex more. If I just stand still, will she jump up right away? Oh, it doesn't seem. It seems like it's tied to, like... whatever. Ah. Alright, not too bad. Not too bad. Malformed claws. Excuse me. Yeah, only 38 more to go, guys. Woohoo! One heal left. Insane pace, yeah. Truly. Well, we still don't have Leningrass key. Did we join the blue cove? Can't remember. We did. Oh yeah, we have the Covenant in the top left. Could have just checked there. I think we should go to Wharf. I don't really ever mess with Covenants in this game, to be fair. It's a lot of dragon bones. I feel like I remember... maybe not. So Santier Spear is really good. But we can't really use that yet.
You do have a
Santier Spear is really good, but I don't have enough dex for it, and you also need to break it before it becomes good. Do you have any life gems? Nope. Hush. Alright. No, we could go back to Betwixt now. You know, that's not a bad idea, because we've seen the keys in Betwixt, and we're definitely a lot stronger now, so... Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, I'm gonna play Doom. New Doom game when it comes out. When's the release date for that? Oh. No, I didn't finish Kazan yet. I just felt like doing some DS2 today. Boom. Yeah, guys, I know how to break stuff. I just wanted to clarify that you need to break stuff. You need to break it in order for it to be good. But the main limiting factor is the fact that I don't have 22 decks. Who just shot? Oh, God. Ooh. It's actually really good. Dude, this guy's trolling. Please. Do I have anything to trade? Oh. That's not what I meant to do. I don't remember what can be traded. Well, yeah, I know you can trade prism stones, but is there really only 3 items you can trade to the birds in this game, and that's it? Oh, 4, yeah. Hmm. I see. Oh, this is kind of dangerous. What was that sound? Oh my God, look at that. We found it. Oh, Jesus. Is there any items down here? I don't think I want to go in here. I mean, we got the blacksmith key. We can come back later if need be, but... Missed an item under Silky. What? What do you mean under? Oh. I see. I played DS2 a lot, guys, but I don't loot every item in the fucking game. Hey Benji, thank you for the 6 months. Why not? Because it fucking takes forever. And it's unnecessary when you're playing the game normally. Hey Nayman, thank you for the 18 months. Hey, a few life gems, I'll take it. This is also like plus 300 souls. Insane. 500 even. I mean, I want to use... I mean, you lose 1 dex and you gain 4 stats for it, so... Idol's pretty good. Yeah, we have Infinite Titanite. It's just... Well, I wanted to try the Espada, but... That's 18 dex, but I don't think we can get that much. I mean, I think we just upgrade the club. Club is good. I do feel like the bloodied whip could be alright as well, but yeah, we just don't have that much. +4. Did she have anything?
Offer your souls.
I mean, we could go in the pit, yeah. I don't know if I want to, though. Kind of scared. Yeah, we could go to Copes. Honestly, I'm kind of more inclined to go to Copes. I almost got hit by the snapback of the fucking mimic. If you're like behind the mimic, as it opens up, it'll grab you. Pilgrim's Pontoon? I don't know if I've used that before. Can jump own to salamanders? Why are you telling me this? I know. I'm well aware of that. Oh, oops. Doing pretty good damage now. Hey, Shane, thank you for the year resub, man. Oh my god, 50 lockstones. And Moo Man, thank you for the 4 months. Nayman, thank you for the 18. Alifees, Betaburn, thank you for the Prime sub. Benji, thank you for the 6 months. Weissman, thank you for the 5 gifted. Still no fragrant branch, though. I have 50 minutes of torch. Man, are you kidding me, dude? Alright. I lowered No Man's Wharf enemies to 8. Oh, I still have my torch. Nice. Oh my god, wait, that scared that. Dude, like, oh, ledges in this game are so scary. Ooh, flame butterfly. Should be able to use my club as a torch. Let there be light. I don't know if I should do this. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Through the fucking... I'm an idiot, dude. I should have ran. I don't know why I did that. That was so fucking stupid, dude. Oh. Oh. Ah, fuck. It was so dumb, man. I didn't want to use my life gems. Fuck. I mean, I feel like the logic wasn't too bad. Like, of course, the moment I use the charm, there's a red skeleton man just out of nowhere, and then the guy fucking shoves his arm through the door or the side of the house and kills me. I mean, the thing is, I was so low HP, like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, the heal takes a long time to go off, but I mean, I don't know. I might have been dead there either way, to be honest. Oh man, those enemies do so much damage. It's like, I thought I was fine, and then all of a sudden a giant shadow orb comes out of nowhere and chunks me for 70% of my health.
Perhaps you've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, the medals take a long time to use, but I was so low. I feel like it was not the worst use of it. I mean, I died, but it would have taken like 3 life gems to heal up to full. I tried to roll, but problem is you need to roll. You need to roll so late. Because you have 5 iframes. Is it even 5? Yeah, I believe it's 5. 5 is the lowest amount of iframes you can have.
Perhaps you've seen it. Maybe in a dream.
I'm gonna grab a drink, I'll be right back.
Forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow.
Man, you feel like so safe in this game until all of a sudden you're just fucking dead like that. It's just, God, you can die so fast.
A great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Dragon.
Like I was just chilling, bro. I was chilling.
So familiar.
And then fucking Shadow Orb comes from 10 miles away and ruins everything.
But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
I ran into all the enemies. Well, a guy killed me through a fucking wall, bro. What do you mean I ran into all the enemies? Yeah, I could just sprint through Wharf. Could just sprint through everything and not actually loot shit, but... Man, what the heck is that? Is that Pursuer's Greatsword? Hmm. I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, man. I can't believe I fucking died again, dude. I was feeling good about that run, genuinely, and then it's just like, that's all it takes, though. It's... just, everything goes to shit so fucking fast. Okay, buddy. +4 crossbow. Oh, jeez. Where is the item here? Is it through the fog gate? It's where the salamander is. Oh. The door inside. Alright. Yeah, fuck that. Whatever, dude. Salamander can keep whatever item that is. I feel like curved twin blade could be cool. 16 strength, 20 dex. We have enough strength. It's a lot of dex though. Getting a lot of upgraded weapons. It's nice. +2 dagger. Am I enjoying the rando? Yeah, I just can't fucking make it past the first hour because I suck.
Are you?
It's fucking rando, man. I just get too, dude, it's like, it's overconfidence. Like, genuinely, I just, I get to a point where I'm just like, I'm not worried, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, oh, everything's fine, oh, and now I'm dead. Wait, I have so many. Wait, what the fuck? How many Estus shards did I get? Mighty Lance.
No.
Started to reset until you got good shit in Majula like Flynn's. As a starting gift, you get 2. Infinite life gems from this guy. That would have been nice in the last run. I'm actually gonna get the bolts too. Iron King Hammer. Ooh.
Thanks very much.
I mean, this +4 crossbow will actually do decent damage if I need to, like, kill any annoying enemies. Oh wait, was Seldora armor in the shop? Oh yeah. PB still at this? I mean, I've only done the randomizer for one day. Oh yeah, I should have turned in those Estus shards. It's actually a pretty nice start, I'm not gonna lie. Oh goodness. stone. Oh, that's fine. What enemy do we have down there? Oh god. Okay, I'm not gonna do the jump. Oh Jesus. The easy version of Watch Her Fall, yeah. Wait, what was that? What did I just get?
But
Ruler's Sword. Oh yeah, this is the one that gets more damage. How many souls you have? Does this malformed skull have the Great Club moveset? It does. Actually might be good for pancaking stuff if we need to. Alright, let's send her back.
and without
It's 10 hits before it breaks. Well, you know, that's better than nothing. Ooh. Pike +3. That's good. Dude, we're getting a lot of, like, pre-upgraded weapons. It's pretty nice. Large Titanite and some poop. The character doesn't look like a mashed potato. Sorry. That guy AFK or what? I mean, fine by me. Alright, I'm thinking we probably just get the stats to use the pike. So, 16 dex, and then we'll get the rest in the health. Hey, Iller, thank you for the 22 months. And Acidic Matt, thank you for the sub. Thank you guys.
Is this
Alright, 16 decks. Rest into health. Yeah, we have enough. We have 87 agi, which is decent. Alright. Oh yeah, the flask. I'm not used to upgrading my flask at all in this game. Is upgrading armor worth it in this? Can you upgrade armor in DS2? It's so weird, like, that you can upgrade armor in some of the games, because you, like, never do it. But honestly, probably worth it for the rando. If you can. I mean, like, obviously you should prioritize getting your weapon upgraded, but I don't see any harm in doing it. Armor can give you poise and a decent amount of damage reduction. Oh. This damage is terrible. Oh, damn it. I'm so scared of this fucking guy, dude. Need to get that item. Wow, look at that damage, though. Dude. Where the fuck did this lady come from? Like, seriously, I'm fighting this guy for like 10 years, and now there's just... Of course, there's just another fucking enemy just out of nowhere to fucking combo me. Stupid fucking hippo! Yeah, die. You too, buddy. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Slow and steady, chat. Slow and steady. Oh, shit. I don't know if Alien Lois is good. I can't really remember. Might be though. Oh my god. Great sword. Oh. This is risky. Oh god. Alright, that wasn't too bad. For this pike being +3, I feel like it kind of sucks. Broken Thief Sword +2. Oh, joy. Smelter sword. Ooh, the second dragon ring and Chloranthy. Do I have any fire bombs? I have 2. Yeah, I mean, I think we already have enough strength to use the... actually, no, we don't. Yeah, we do have infinite ammo for the crossbow. The crossbow is genuinely, like, really good. Especially in this. Like, range can do so much damage in this game. My god. Oh, he dropped something. Gurm boots. Yeah, I'm not really enjoying the pike very much at the moment. Oh, we've got a lot of healing. The Seeker of Fire mod. Yeah, it was kind of boring from what I remember. It was basically just like every single boss was just sped up by like 50%. And that was like every boss was just faster. And I didn't really like it very much. This lady is so tanky. Did I finish Kazan? Nope. Not yet. Okay, so I think the best... Whoa. Weird ass collision. Alright, so I think the best way to go about this is to... Wait a sec, I can't go... I want to just jump across there, but I feel like somehow, because this is sloped, like, you just can't trust jumping in this game. That might just fucking kill me. Even that jump almost. Oh god. Really don't like looting this area very much. That jump. I almost just died there. I don't think there's an item up the ladder here. Baby jumps are not fixed. What the?
What a joy.
Oh, a homeward bone. That's actually kind of nice. I'm just gonna use the bone. Actually, I should have just probably dark signed. I don't really have that many souls. That's okay. Alright. Well, now we can at least spend our extra stuff on some more magic bolts. L2 is the magic. Oh yeah. This is a +4 light crossbow, chat. That's pretty good. Hey, how you like that, lady? Whoa. Whoa! What the f... That's kind of scary. Oh, he died. Come on, lady. You are a bitch. Oh yeah, there we go. Hello? Got her. Headshot. Boom! Honestly, like, Rain just does so much damage. It's like actually oh, well, that's kind of scary. Actually pretty freaking good. Ooh, more bolts. Okay. Katarina armor. It's the fat armor. Monastery long gloves. Crossbow's like the best weapon I've got. That worked pretty well. I don't really like this very much. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I was gonna say... Oh. Just thinking she's probably gonna hit me through the wall, man. Come here, lady. Yeah. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. All right, whatever, man. Chunk. Oh no. I love how you can just miss. Oh man, I do not like this pike. I want to get rid of this freaking thing so badly. Is that the healing over time? Oh yeah. Hey, that's nice. For an hour, yeah. I mean, it's... Oh, Jesus. We'll talk to Pate after this. It's alright, guys. What just happened? Dude. Oh. My fucking god, bro. Can see that guy, man.
Oh, it allows undead with...
Those guys are sleeping at least. Oh, they were. What the? Please let me, please don't. Dude, so many burrs. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of bolts and fucking cheese my way through those. Well, not for Nashandra, but. I like how there's a skeleton from all the way up there coming to, like, how? How do you know I'm... AI in this game. This is why enemies just appear out of nowhere, because enemies will, like, fucking aggro to you from 10 miles away. Nice fucking auto aim, dude. Like, what is it? What the fuck are you aiming at, dude? For real, man. Effigy. I don't even know how this ring works. Oh, resonant flesh. That is... actually a pretty good one. Hello, Nems. This rando's fucked up, dude. Right, I've got ooze. I think we just used the scimitar. I don't know, man. The pike is just... What is this weapon, by the way? Oh, it's like the curved... Okay, yeah. I want to try out this one. But I need more stats. Only has 110 counter rating, though. Oh, this is good. Although I... Yeah, this is fine. A strike weapon would be better, but... Too early. Got Alon's armor. Oh, sick. Alright, well, we can get some level ups now at least, so that's nice. Well, it's not actually a blacksmith, it just looks like the blacksmith. What's up, Blanks? Yeah, I'm gonna need a...
When
That is all.
This game cursed with the rando? Yeah, it's pretty cursed. Alright, so while we can't kill Nashandra... Oh yeah, I should have put on Seldora Road. You're right. I forgot. I mean, it's either Wharf or 27 decks. Maybe I should have, maybe I should have got more health, I don't know. I mean, we could use Greatsword, the problem is it's so fucking heavy, right? Like... At least the Scimitar doesn't weigh anything. 99 agility. Yeah. Alright, let's just run through the wharf. Like, actually run through it this time. Have I done an Archipelago run? No. Can't you only do that with, like, don't you have to do that with other people? Oh, good God. What's up, Spliced? Thanks, man. I mean, let's go to Copes, I guess. I don't know if I talked to Licia enough, but... You can outrun them? No, you actually can't. I mean, maybe if their AI gets stuck on stuff, but... You reaction roll them. It's impossible to roll them though, unless you have like 106 agility or something, or like, I don't even know. You need so many fucking iframes to actually dodge the horses. I mean, we could bonk them with the malformed skull. We don't have enough strength, though. Did I finish Kazan? Nope. Yeah. I don't have enough stats. Damn, this Twin Blade's kind of shredding on this guy. Why even melee when I can just shoot him in the face for the same amount of fucking damage? If not more, dude, like... Boom. I did not finish Kazan yet, but I am enjoying the game, and I do want to finish it. I just felt like doing some more DS2. Oh my fucking god. Just felt like doing some more DS2. I do have Lion Warrior skirt. Nice call. Is DS2 my favorite? Probably not. I like all the games though. For their own reasons. Is there no item up here? Oh. Ooh, Drake Keeper's Great Hammer. Wow, it's +1 as well. 50 strength. The fuck is that? Oh, wait, that's dark? Oh my god, that's Dark Lurker. Jesus. Will admit this is a little scary. Oh, hello. Oh God. I mean, it's not like we even want to... Oh, God. We don't want to fight skeleton lords right now anyways. I guess we can just... Dark spirit, question, exclamation mark. Ball control. Ooh. Tiny pig. We don't have the key, do we? Oh shit, Dark Lurker did die. I have 50k. Yo. Nice. Oh, oh. Ice Rapier is really good. I was gonna say, I don't think I can rest still. Okay. We can level up a bit now. The ice rapier does bleed? I didn't know that. I don't think we need that much stam. I don't know. I mean, we have the Lion Warrior skirt. I don't know how much it reduces fall damage by, though. Like, I think we have enough to go... Like, if we take everything else off, I think we can drop into the pit. I mean, because you can survive it with, like, 1400 HP normally, and we have the skirt as well, so... It should be fine. Is this like a guaranteed death if you miss the beam? I actually don't. Well, it's not that hard to do this part. But yeah, just don't miss. Oh! Ice Rapier is so lightweight as well. It's really nice. My God, I actually made the jump. Shocked. Okay, that kind of scared me. Because I saw the second enemy there, and I didn't see him before. He just... Dude, yeah, I feel like you need to constantly check your surroundings in this game, because the easiest way to die is like thinking you're fighting one enemy, and then all of a sudden some fucker shows up out of nowhere, and you just get like giga fucking comboed. Ice rapier equals free win. Well, you're kind of an idiot, but it's okay. Really? It's okay. The ice rapier is good, but you're tripping if you think that makes it a free win. Oh, come on. Oh, I can't fucking aim. Oh! Can I... Right, I don't have enough stats. I should probably backstab him with the pike. Should do better damage? Not really, actually. Oh man, DLC enemies are so brutal. Oh wait, we have Leningrass Key, so we just need to make it to the bonfire. And we can upgrade. At least a little bit. Undead Lockaway Key? Wait, is that the one... Bone Scythe. I think I can get my rapier to +9, which is kind of disgusting. I can't remember if it upgrades with Titanite, but if it does, I mean, I can already get +9, which is crazy. Goes up to +5. Okay. Must be twinkly then, I guess. I mean, we have a ton of Titanite, I just don't know. I guess the Drake Keeper's Great Hammer maybe would be the best choice. For a Titanite. Because I think I can bonk with that. Is this the Great Club moveset? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess we should probably upgrade the crossbow. The greatsword, yeah, I don't really like greatsword that much. Oh shit, the vessel shield? Wait, is this not the... No, I'm thinking of the different shield then. Oh wait, no. No, this is the right shield. It's just because I don't... Oh yeah, okay. No, the shield gives like fucking 15 stats or something. And you can see here it gives 1. Gives... Dude, it gives so much stats, what the fuck? What does it give, 13 level ups? Crazy. Better than Godric's Great Run? Well, no, not really, but this is a shield. Oh wait, no. Oh, I forgot. I don't know where to go. It's like... Skeleton Lords is terrible. And... I mean, I guess Nashandra is free. Yeah, Nashandra's pretty easy. But she's probably not gonna... Let's go finish looting Betwixt. We need to find the fragrant branches. Yeah, we could just try to go through the gutter. I'm kind of scared of the gutter though. It's so easy to fall to your death in the gutter. Man, look at that damage. Yeesh. Seldora Den Key. There's a lot of stuff that we haven't looted in the forest yet. Ouch. I did not mean to chug 4 times there. I did mean to chug 3 times. I don't want to use my life gems. Toxic in this game is so fucked up, man. Mask of Judgment. Okay, let's go check other locations here, I guess. How much damage does the R2 do? Pretty good damage. It uses a fuck ton of durability, though. I think I do have the bracing knuckle ring. Yeah. What? Oh, God. Okay. Great Shield of Glory. And we checked the jump there before, I remember. And the other thing has a fragrant branch, so... Alright, I think we go to the forest and we finish looting, like, the bottom area there. We can go buy some life gems real quick as well. I mean, I gotta say, gear-wise, this run is going pretty well, but it doesn't matter, because, well, everything can go to shit in a matter of seconds anyways, but... I hate fighting enemies on, like, ledges in this game. It's just, the roll is so stiff, and it goes so fucking far sometimes. Just, it's so easy to accidentally just, like, roll off the fucking ledge in this game. Is that fucking Aldia? What the hell is that? Why is the ground shaking? Here comes a random fucking enemy out of nowhere. Classic. Need to make sure the hippo isn't gonna come fucking kill us. Nice, yes, that is what I wanted to attack. That is perfect. I love the tracking in this game. Blaming the tracking. It is the tracking's fault. I don't want to... Oh, fuck. I don't want to fucking hear it. And then, like, like... How do I fucking miss, bro? She is dead in center in front of me and I miss. Like, what is fucking wrong with this game sometimes? Seriously, it's crazy. And then here comes fucking random fuckface out of nowhere. You, oh my. And then here comes fucking Hippo. Like, see what I mean, dude? This game, it like staggers the enemies out. Hippo was he was fucking AFK for 2 minutes straight, and now he's fucking here. Like, give me a break, man. Is the hippo in here? Oh my god, I'm so scared. Jesus, he's trying. Hippo? Taste my bolts, bitch. God, this guy's got like 10 million health, dude. I don't think you can headshot. Or is there like a headshot spot? I don't think so. I mean, well actually, let's see. 228? I don't know. Seems like it's all the same. But like this is how you die in the rando though, because like there's an enemy, right? And they're stuck. And you think they're stuck, and then all of a sudden, the moment you fucking stop paying attention for 1 second, that enemy comes fucking flying from the top ropes and combos your ass out. It's like, dude, that hippo, he was stuck for so long. Stop whining, bro. Shut the fuck you. I'm gonna. How about you get the fuck out of here? Ooh, a bright bug. That is the majority of my deaths so far in this rando though, is not giving enough, like you think you're fine and then you're not fine. So, and it all happens so fast. We need to get that ring. Put Chloranthion. Do I have a soul that I could pop? I mean, we could probably do Nashandra now with all the life gems that we have. Oh, you can actually buff this weapon? Wasn't sure if you could. Probably could have just killed her, but that's okay. All right. Let's get the ring. All right, we've got 1492 HP. It's not too bad. We still haven't found the fragrant branches, though. We could go drop down to the lower area now. See what's down there. Oh my god. That could have been bad. Okay. Crossbow, chess piece, hat. Royal Dirk. Ooh, a bright bug. We have 2 of those now. You always react the same to bright bugs. What do you want me to say? I don't know. Bright bugs are good. Is that the last? That's the door to Last Giant, right? Over there, I think. Alright, well, we don't have any homeward bones, so I guess we just say goodbye to our souls. That's okay. Alright, well, we've... Wait a sec. How do I get to the other part of the forest where, like... I genuinely don't know how to get there. Oh, right. It's the door, like, by the root. I remember now. Yeah, I don't have that key. We might want to start going backwards and clear, like, finish looting the forest. I mean, there was like a few items I think I missed. Up this way? I don't know. Or maybe we just do the Giant Lord jump. No. Don't really feel like losing 2 hours of my life if I mess that up. I need like a better strength weapon. We actually have a lot of like really good weapons, but we need more stats. Just haven't found that many soul pickups. Hollow skin. Is there an item in this room, chat? I can't remember. Oh, this is kind of fucking annoying, but... Oh my god. I mean, I can get 1,000,000 bolts, it's just kind of tedious. God, you stupid fucking hippos. Why are you moving around so much? Just let me hit you in the face. No fucking way. No fucking way, bro! Are you serious that that grab connects through the fucking wall? Are you serious? Oh my fucking god, dude! I'm actually pissed about that one, dude. I don't even think you can spam the bumpers to get out of grabs easier in DS2 either. Dude, he did so much damage. Oh my god. Oh, you're serious? I just got so impatient, man. I just... What an annoying fucking situation. It's like every single time I die, it's just because I just get greedy and I underestimate the enemy. I didn't think, I'll be honest, I didn't think even if he tried to grab, I thought that it would have failed because of the height difference. But the hippo doesn't give a fuck, apparently. Doesn't matter what item was in the room. So yeah, the fragrant branches were an earthen peak, which means I had to kill skeleton lords. Whatever they were. I just, no, I mean, the like, it's my fault completely there. It's just, the thing is, chat, in Souls games, if an enemy tries to grab you and you're on a height difference, normally the grab gets nulled and you just take like a tiny little chip hit. But the hippo has no, he doesn't care. And yeah, you can quit out of grab, but I mean, I don't know. It's kind of cheesy, to be honest. But I didn't think that the grab, like, I thought that even if the grab hit me, it wouldn't actually like put me in it, you know? I don't think the hippo gives a fuck. I think the hippo grab just works no matter what. Like Dark Souls 2 is just it's just a different beast entirely. Like in DS1 or DS3 or Elden Ring, the grab wouldn't have gone through, but in DS2 it does, because DS2 is just a fucking mess. God damn it, dude. That was such a good run, and like, I mean, we weren't that far in, but just like, it's so painful doing I just want to get a fucking run like actually going. I want to get out of the fucking early game. Ugh. I'm gonna get some water, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, I genuinely didn't think that the hippo could kill me there, or at least, I mean, I was full health and he just killed me from full to dead, just instantly.
Perhaps you've seen it, maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
I wonder, like, how much health you need to survive that fucking hippo attack. Like, fucking, what, 3,000 health or something? Like, Jesus Christ. The hell is that? That Guardian Dragon? Are you kidding me? Dude, Alright, I'll just reset. Fuck it. What do you mean? It's probably the Guardian Dragon. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, whoops. I pressed continue. I got a big soul. That's good. Ooh, we got 2. Starts with crystal magic weapon on the knight. It's kind of interesting. Probably a pretty good weapon buff, actually. I think this is Artorias's. Or wait. No. That is not. I don't know what weapon this is. Is that the sun sword? Okay, these are all kind of ass. This thing has pretty high stat requirements. It's pretty cool, though. This could be a good weapon. Iron Key? Wait, isn't that... Oh, that's for Iron Keep, right. Scales with hollowing, what? The greatsword? Hmm. Well... Yeah, I changed the starting weapon setting just because I think it's more interesting. You just end up with the same starting weapons, like, over and over again otherwise. Oh, man. Like, what the fuck is this? I can't... Ah. I don't want to reset already. No. It's fine. Getting things you could never use. Well, yeah, but like a lot of the time you find souls that you can use, right? And then realistically you could like use the weapon after just looting stuff a little bit. I feel like a lot of the time I end up finding like a few souls early on. I guess that was kind of my logic. I mean, you don't always get souls early on. I think it's a decent chance.
Are you then?
Getting a good amount of life gems.
Not what? Oh, so not what?
Oops.
Oh, you do.
Helix halberd, ivory straight sword. I guess we could buy the life gems. Some poop. Oh, we'll get some just in case. Oh, RTSR. That's probably not going to get used. Oh, 50 lockstones. Dude, I want to find branches. I want to go, like, I haven't, like, never been to the Shaded Woods in the rando. Although the trap room is kind of scary. Ooh, the Lion Warrior Helm reduces falling damage. I don't remember all the different effects. Oh. Got some Seldora gloves. Prism stones. Sure. Why not? 20 strength, 15 dex, 10. Oh god, we only have... Dude, we're like not gonna be able to use this weapon. No avarice. It barely does anything. Yeah, Salada, that's fair. It is nice just to sprint to Heidi's. I don't know the weapons in this game well enough. That's one of the nice things about the rando, though, is that you get to try so many different things. Yeah, I don't know the weapons that well, along with, like, the stat requirements. This weapon looks cool, though. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is just very different. Yeah, and Dark Souls 3 symbol of avarice is like fucking double soul gain. Oh nice, a broadsword, look at that. Nice simple weapon to use. Yeah, getting double the strength in this game is really nice. Oh, God. This game just has so many fucked up enemies, man. It's like... Nice. Like, look at that! Dude, that... Look how fucking far that bounced me, dude. Through the wall! 2 double bounce! And I'm just stunned to my death. The enemies in this game, I mean, I don't know. All right, you know what? Let's just run. We need to make it we need to make a habit of just running straight to Dragon Rider. Don't loot Majula, because I mean, like, we can grab whatever's directly en route, but just it's better because we're gonna die there sometimes, and it's just a waste of time for us to loot. So we just gotta book it. Let's come back and loot this stuff later. All right. Wait, is this? Wait, is this? Did it not? Is this the same? Hmm. Oh my god, dude. This fucking randomizer. I feel like I need to just pump up my health even more. Just get like fucking 50 HP or something. It's just, that's so... It's so... Oh god. Dragon Town. All right, we got a mace. Like, I wish I knew what some of these weapons are. I genuinely, like, don't know what some of these are. What fucking helmet is that? There's also a spear. It's fume sword. Hmm. Also not sure. Is this like... Oh wait. Oh, it's a bow? Is this Murakumo? Claymore? I mean, mace is good because it's a strike weapon. I think this hammer actually, like, poisons you or something. Kind of curious about the bow. You don't even start with any arrows. I have no idea what bow that is. I guess we'll go knight. And we'll go for the shards. Spider curved sword? Oh. What did I just get? Oh, soldier key. Oh, it's strength ring. Oh, well, that's nice, actually. All right, let's just run. Let's just run. Just run to Dragon Rider. Like we said, we can come. We can teleport back here. Some skulls.
Are you?
Probably should have given her the shards. That's okay. Isn't this the worst Souls game ever? Whoa. Those are some strong words, man. Correct. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of correct. I don't know, though, man. Demon Souls is also kind of bad. But it was the first game. I mean, like, I like Demon Souls, don't get me wrong, but the boss fights are, like, so boring. Like, I don't know, there's a few good fights, but that's my opinion. At least, I don't know, just all the new games, like after doing Elden Ring and all that, just like going back to Demon Souls is just so... I still love playing the game, don't get me wrong, it's just... boss fights are kind of whatever. My PB is 3 bosses. Yeah. This is fucking bad. This is great. I want that item. I'm gonna die going for it. I don't know. Hey, one of them died. Nice. looks like we can actually do the jump here. Surely I won't get a baby jump and die. Nice. Oh my fucking god, dude. What is this game? Like, do I have, wait, do I have auto target on? Oh my fucking, that is, oh my god, auto target I actually think is why I've been missing so many hits. I forgot I need to turn that off. Oh shit. Oh, seriously. Oh god. Hello? No, my god. Oh, okay. Oh. Ooh, Flynn's ring. That's actually pretty pog. I'm buying that right off the rip. Actually, I don't know if I should have. That might have been a bad idea. Whatever. I mean, it's an insanely good ring. I just don't know. I think survivability might have been more important right now. Oh my god. Okay. Does she have the clown pants? Oh yeah, she does. But if you don't have the dex for them, they make you like fat roll like crazy. We can buy those later. Does she have fire bombs? Oh, she's gone now. Okay. Oh, that's a good ring. Targaze, how? So heavy though. Okay, I need to take off the pants. All of this just to die in Borf. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like maybe I should just rush to the bosses and just hope that I can kill them. Like, it's kind of tempting to do that, and then maybe come back and clear the areas later. When I just need the items. But like, the bosses aren't really the hard part of the run. Like, the bosses are really not where I'm worried about dying. Heidi Knight's sword. This thing might actually be kind of good, I don't know. 10 decks. You see Fume Knight, it's over. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some bosses that can be scary, but like, majority of my deaths are definitely to just like enemies getting comboed out by some bullshit. Was there old Leo ring here? Oh yeah.
Well,
Is
No, I don't have the lighting mod. I should install it though. That'd be nice, honestly. Wear 10 rings for 10 fingers. Yeah, that would be nice, but... Maybe rings come in like sets of 2. "19 bosses is impressive." Yeah, very funny. I was first Berserker Kazan. It's good. It's a good game. Like it's been a lot of fun. Maybe I'll play for a little bit after if this run dies, but oh fuck, I'm still in Champions Covenant. Oh, son of a fuck. Can I go back? I kind of want to, well, I mean, don't throw. The branches are nice. The thing is, I don't know. Maybe let's run to Wharf, because there's quite a bit of loot that we could get on the way to Wharf. We should probably at least run to the Wharf bonfire. Yeah, I could have dark signed. That's true. That's true. Well, we can kind of investigate and see what enemies are in the trap room. First off, oh my god, the fucking Covenant, right? Guys, I'm sorry, I really like the Champions Covenant. This is why I hate grabbing the stupid Covenant, because you have to leave, dude.
oh.
I mean, I gotta say, having Flynn's ring is pretty pog, though. Flynn's ring is really good. God. Yeah, we got Flynn's, steel protection, strength. Am I okay here? I hope so. Ooh. Look at that. Oh, this is like one of the... Oh, this one's worth a ton, isn't it? Oh, hell yeah. Boom! Hey, Heisel, thank you for the 52 months. Oh, God. No. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. We can come back here. It's fine. Let's just go. We need to go level up. I was like thinking about fighting them, but we have 60,000 to spend. I think I'm gonna just spend the 60K and then I might just go to the Shaded Woods if the trap room isn't too cursed. Alright, we're gonna get 89 agility, 20 vigor, maybe a little bit of strength and dex. Actually, should we do 93? How much health can we get? 30? Maybe a tiny bit of stam. Could also get 96. Fuck it. I guess that's alright. I don't know. 2 points in a dex. Let's use the Heidi sword. Yeah, we've got the mace at least. I think being able to use both would probably be nice, though. But, like, our damage should be pretty good just because of Flynn's. Flynn's is kind of carrying us right now. I mean, we have the strength ring, too, so we're at 32 strength, two-handing. Oh, wait a second. I have 22. Oh, shit. Wait, does the Mad Warrior Helm give ADP? Oh, it does. I didn't know that. Okay, well, that guy's trapped. Can't really tell what else there is. Wait, I got 30k souls. Ooh, Homeward Bones. Just gonna buy them all. Tiny bit of poop. Wrath of the Gods. Okay. Did we just send it? Ooh, Mastodon Halberd. Okay. We're chilling. I can't get through. Oh, I can just push him. Black Dragon War Pick. Is that good? No idea. Alright, I'm a little scared of this area coming up. There's a lot of enemies up here. Might be okay, though. Oh, there's the boss guy here. Hey, I'll take some free. I think he'll give a decent amount of souls, right? Well, not that much, but I'll take it. Is there any items up here? I guess it's just that one. Serious? Oh my god, I hate this enemy. How much souls do these guys give? Oh, 1400. I don't need to really kill. Oh god. god. Okay. Let's go back and level up a little bit. Get a little bit of dex. Yeah, DLC enemies are fucked up. Honestly, let's just explore this area because I don't know, every time we've always done like the other areas, so I guess we can go towards Notchka. I don't know if I should. Those Heidi Knights are kind of scary. They can do a lot of damage. Ooh. More souls. Leningrass Key is probably back in one of the earlier areas, though. I guess it is possible it could be here, but... Great bow. Coin. What you got for me, buddy? My god. Forgot this guy talks a lot. Ironclad armor. Great scythe. Is that a horse? What the? You can heal? Full healing. Oh god, no. No, 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 no. It's fine, we lost him. Dude, where the fuck am I? Wait, I'm actually lost. Oh, Jesus. I think there's a chest. Is there a chest up here? And there should be one more chest, which is normally the blue clear stone ring. Bro. Dude, all these sounds are terrifying. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, we're gonna just, we can come back for that chest if we really want to later. I'm gonna just leave. Oh yeah, we could use the branch here. True. Is there an item up here? Oh, great. I think I made a mistake, guys. Well, this is fucked. Supplicari. I don't want to be here right now. I'm gonna go see in what Dragon Slayer is, I guess. Maybe we'll find the key. think we can run past this giant. That guy can't move. The other guy is... Oh, this is actually such good RNG. It's like no enemies. They're all... This is so good. I don't know if I should have used that life gem. Wait, can I even kill this guy? We're fine. Ivory King incoming. God, I hope not. Ring of the Embedded. Wait, that's actually a pretty good ring. Though I don't know how much more damage it makes you actually take. I'm not sure if the ring works well with Flynn's either. Well, we can see, because it's plus 96. No, it still seems like it's the same. Yeah, that's Ava, isn't it? Maybe even double. We can't fucking do that. I'm not doing that. Let's go to Wharf, I guess. The blacksmith key could be in the chest after that boss too. Yeah, that... I hope that's not the case, but it is possible. You know what? I'm gonna go back to Things Betwixt and pray that the blacksmith key is there. Did we loot any of these items? Just go to the other blacksmith. True, honestly. I mean, it's pretty unlikely the key is gonna be this way, but never know. Alright, you know what? I'm going this way. I can't believe I missed that hit. Oh, right, it's through the wall. Oh, we found it! Let's fucking go. Oh no. I'm leaving. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to kill the reindeer. I probably should have just killed him. I didn't want to waste too much of my healing. Homunculus mace. Oh, more ooze. Nice. Yeah, we have 1668 health. That's pretty good. We've got enough to upgrade the mace once. Guess we could upgrade the Heidi Knight sword as well once. Alright. So it's either Wharf or the woods. Maybe let's go to the woods. I mean, we're pretty strong right now, at least. One boss, 50 minutes in. Yeah, dude. Alright, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, the lady could sell us the jester pants. I need to find more Titanite shards. Oh man, Flynn's ring though, like we are actually doing Hello? This area is actually pretty tame for a change. These enemies, I can't. They're gonna just like stun lock the shit out of me. There we go. I mean, our build, I feel like we've got a pretty strong build right now. I don't know. We've got a decent amount of defense too. And we have ring of steel protection +2. Oops. This area is actually pretty chill. I guess I don't really need to kill this guy. Bone shield? Stone? It really does feel like enemies just never stop spawning in this game. I don't know what's going on with this man. Oh, another shard. Damn. Absolutely rigged seat. Yeah. Slab. Yeah, this has been a very chill forest. This area is so easy now because it's random. I got lucky, guys. Come on, hopefully Melentia sells some Titanite. Maybe. Oh shit! That's pretty huge. Alright, let's go upgrade. A rigged seed, yeah. Oh wait, I don't want to level up. Not yet. The war pick is 15 dex. I feel like this thing... Wait, it doesn't have stat scaling. It's weird. Yeah. I don't think it's that good. Finding life ring +3 would be like really, really good. Or the ancient dragon ring. Guys, you die so... I died fucking in one shot from a hippo before. I mean, he did eat me, but still. Alright, I think we could still... I think we could go do Notchka and just try to kill the horse that's here. Now that we have a +3. +3 mace. Dude, there's like so many of these horses. mean, I don't know. I kind of want to try to run to the boss, but we actually might die and get interrupted at the fog gate by the horses if I do that. Jesus. Are you? Like, dude. Ugh. Okay, we're fine. The moon butterfly screwed. Ooh, Royal Soldier Ring. Oh, Flynn's almost broke. I don't think you can get out. I love how this enemy can just fucking pin you in a room, like, forever. Okay. Oh, I don't know where to go. I guess we can go to Wharf, or... Well, no, we can go do Last Giant. Let's go fight whatever Last Giant is. Hey, Toblo, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you, man. Xanthus crown. Oh, shit. So many shards. Can also do pursuer. I have the key. True. Kazan just Neo? I mean, it's similar. It's such an easy seed. I mean, we're like... We're not far enough in to really say. The early game has been pretty forgiving, though, I'll admit. Alright, you know what? Let's just go kill the boss. Let's try... I mean, we're, like, pretty strong. At the same time, though, if we... I don't know. If we were able to find large shards, that would be amazing.
Well,
Alright, guys, watch this. Hold on. Take two. Whee! Lloyds.
it allows undead to call out for help.
Go to the door down there. Oh, wait. Does Soldier's Key open this door? Oh. What do we got? Ironclad armor. Oh, we got the different version. Yeah, in the base, in the normal game, you need to like hit the door to get an enemy to open it for you, but... Do we have lockstones in this run? I don't think so. They're in the key items. No. I also checked the key items already. Okay, hold on. I have the ultimate weapon. Do I? Ooh, ring of protection. Does Soldier's Key open the door to the King's Ring too? Like the one across from the ladder, just there? Chunk. I'm gonna buy the bright bugs, because honestly those could be useful if we come across like a fucked up boss fight. I definitely think like Skelly Lords, whatever, you definitely want a bright bug like before that fight, no matter what, if you have one. Oh, 2 large tits. Let's go. Fire mannequin. There's a chest over here too. Holy shit, that thing was like, it's like rapid firing. Do I go outside? I guess since we're here, we might as well. Ooh, more life gems. Pursuer soul? there an item in here? Oh shit, I didn't even know. I didn't notice this before. I mean, it's 40 extra health, which isn't that much. That's my opinion on Kazan. I think it's good. I think it's a solid game. It's actually pretty fucking tough. Can I not? Guess I can't get up there. That's kind of annoying. Well, I guess I can if I take the ladder. No, I didn't finish Kazan. Oh my god. Alright. Well, we looted up everything. Didn't really get many useful things, but at least we can say the area is pretty much clear. Although, well, we still have the other side of the forest, but that's okay. We can worry about that later. Yeah, we got the blacksmith key. Oh yeah, we didn't do the area with the cartographer. Again? I mean, that's fine. Come on, man. Can you laser, please? Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I just got. I freaking clicked out of it by accident. Are you sure there's no scaling? I don't have boss scaling on now. Giant's kinship. Oh shit. Wait. We can. Isn't it? Well, technically that means we could do Giant Lord already, but we would have to do the jump. Well, the game isn't over, guys, because we're doing all bosses. I do not have a torch. No torch found yet. Is there any illusory walls in here? Ooh, a large club +3. That's actually pretty fucking pog. Because we can use this to kill the horsies now. It has been so long, chat, since I've been in this area. Really? Ooh, some chunks. Twinklies. Nice. Getting too confident, probably. Where's the invader? Doesn't the invader normally spawn up on the platform? Oh. Alright. Well, we have looted almost everything here. Alright, let's go... Let's go do Pursuer, or whatever Pursuer is, I guess. I mean, we could just finish off Forest, I guess, and go explore the cartographer area. I kind of hate exploring this spot, but... Jester's Rogues. Oh, that's critical hits. Buddy, what the? Someone's on Discord impersonating me. Yep. Welcome to being a streamer. Oh my god, dude, look at the fucking jumps in this game are unfucking real. I almost just died. I almost just fucking died. Like... Chaos Gloves, Homeward Bone. Okay. Well, we basically looted everything in the forest at this point. Yeah, I think we actually looted every single item. Wait, it's actually... Alright. Bro can see that. Listen, bro, I just got lucky. Iron Flesh. Yeah, I guess we could grab the item here. Ooh, lockstones. All right. Hey Grimraff, thank you for the 20 months. Snoowa, thank you for the sub. Pursuer was Pursuer. For some reason. Okay, so we could still... Hold on, let's go back real quick. I don't know what I want to do right now. I mean, we have the branches, so we could kill whatever Sentinels is. I'm gonna get the Heidi Knight sword up to +4. Getting a great bow upgraded would honestly not be a bad idea as well, but... Seldora +1, baby. Huge. Okay, well. Let's level up a bit. How much health do I have now? 1757. Because the thing is, I think 40 is like the soft cap where you don't get much more health past that. But like life ring could increase us a lot more. It's 50. Maybe it is 50. I don't know, I get it mixed up between all the games. We could also do Najka now. Actually, let's go, because we can kill the horsies now, I think. We have the large club. So we should be able to kill them, like, pretty reasonably, I think. just want to see how, like, strong this is. Oh. Jesus Christ. Of course, I missed one fucking hit. Oh, I miss one fucking hit and almost everything falls apart, dude. Oh my god, okay. I mean, like, are you serious? Are you fucking serious right now? What? Ooh, frozen flower. That's nice. Do I kill? I don't think NPCs can drop good stuff anyways. This is a lot of damage to these guys. This guy drops the items every time. It's weird. Oh wait, why did I rest? Well, I mean, I guess that's okay. I just... You coming? You can't get in. How is it that there's always one of these Fang guys that just fucking shows up? What? What the fuck, bro? And then they fucking drop down above me. Oh. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. So I guess it takes 2 hits to actually start stunning them. I don't really get it, but... Right fuck. No healing. What the hell was that? This guy normally drops like an item, I thought. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Well, we have plenty of healing. Let's, don't have any of our flasks up, but that's okay. I mean, that doesn't kill me anyways. Nah, it just reduces your max health. I could just use an effigy to fix that. Oh. Only annoying thing is... Well, actually, yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. It's not like I can use effigies for anything else. Alright. It is time. A gargoyle. Got him. Wait, what about the... Can I just not get this item, I guess? Hmm. The seed is boring. There's 37 bosses left. All right. And there's a bunch. There's a bunch of lock stones we could use here. Never really taken my time and explored this area before. Need to save a few lockstones? I have 50, so no, I don't think so. More bones? Sure. Are these other ones Pharaoh stores? I've never opened all these before, so this is like new to me. Oh god. Okay, Dub. Hey, Uni McSushi, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, man. So much damage. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Those enemies will like perma-stun you, by the way. You know, I wonder, can they be pooped? Okay. I feel like these probably don't do anything, do they? Oh my fucking god, bro. What the f- Wait, what? Dude, where did you fucking pull that from? What the fuck? I wonder if that would have one-shot me. Oh, my game crashed. Okay, I might need to reduce the enemy count in, what is this? Grave of Saints? Wait, no. This is... I don't actually know. Doors... Oh yeah, Doors of Pharaohs, yeah. I'm trying to get myself killed. I'm just trying to know. I want to know what these do. Oh, Jesus. Does he actually have a weapon? Kind of spooky. It's fine, he's confused. He doesn't know how to deal with this. Actually, maybe I should just... I'm kind of scared. I'm scared I'm gonna try to grab the item and then he's somehow gonna like pin me in there. Oh yeah, he has no weapon. I don't know why I even did that. How many have we used? My God, so many. Can you change enemy limit without refreshing the area? Oh, okay. Interesting. Alright, let's go level up a little bit. Holy shit. Yo. Elo, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, man. 8 int, 8 faith for the vendors. Yeah, that's true. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Alright, how much health do we have? 1883. Alright, we're pretty fucking beefed up. So we could do... I don't know, I mean, there's a few things we could do. So we did Last Giant, we did Pursuer, we did Dragon Rider. We could go kill Ava or Double Cats, whatever it is, but our weapon's still not that strong. We could also just rush... We could run through the wharf, like actually just run through it and do the boss. I might just do that. Worst case, we bone out, I guess. I'm not gonna loot the wharf though. I'm just gonna like actually run through. Okay, I don't even want to try to like attack an enemy off a ledge. Ooh, smelter sword. It's pretty nice. Why was she bending over like that? Ooh, we got an Elizabeth mushroom. That's pretty good. I guess. It's just annoying that you can't... In this game, you can't hold down the item to go to the first one. Which is such a nice feature, actually. Kinda sucks not being able to do that. Zahn is flushed. Oh. That was kind of scary. I hope Aldia's in there. What the hell? Is this the room? This is the room where you can like break the wall, I think. I don't know if I can break this, though. Might just not be able to. Oh, that's fine. Moonlight Greatsword. Hmm. I feel like I remember Moonlight Greatsword actually being decent in this game. I don't know, I did the marathon run with it before, where I used like Moonlight Greatsword in every single Souls game, but I'm just gonna use a charm. I can't remember how it was though. I think it was decent. Maybe not amazing, but are you okay? Hidden wall below. Bro, this fucking thing. Why is my poison resist so bad? No Chloranthy, and it's like the regular Chloranthy ring. Do I have any torches now? Nope. Still no torches, man. That's sad. Hello, Jordan. Do I have 8 int? No, I have 8 faith. You motherfucker. Alright, well, let's activate the shortcut. I am too dumb. Okay. Is there any item up here? I don't think there's any items in the ship. All right. Oh God. really didn't need to fight him right now. But we did it. Oh, that was scary. I thought I was gonna die there, to be honest. I was very scared. Planning on changing the weapon anytime soon? I mean, if I can get more upgrade material. Sure. Yo, what's up, Lobos? Give me that, bud. Oh yeah, is your hardcore run still alive, Lobos? You still living? You spoiled a bit of Ashlands, that's okay. You retired him? I see. Wait, so what? You just did like part of Ashlands and then you're like, I'm gonna wait, or? Yeah, we can get the item in the elevator. Did all of Ashlands except the boss. I see. I don't remember. Oh. I thought you had to like get off our way. Expected it to Uber stomp me, but I got established. It's like I don't want to spoil too much. Gotcha, gotcha. Hello, Miguel. So we could go to Sentinels. Hold on, I'm gonna go in here. I assume we can see what it is. This doesn't seem so bad. We're okay. We're okay, guys. I'm just gonna tank through it all. I don't even care. I wasn't worried. I actually wasn't worried at all there, though. Everybody hits like a freaking wet noodle. It's fine. It's exactly how you die. You know, I do agree with that, though. Dude, the armor, I have a lot of poise with this armor on, actually. Okay. I'm kind of scared of what Magus is like, or Congregation. It must be kind of fucked up, no? Honestly, this has been like a really solid build and run. Getting Flynn's ring right off the bat helped so much. You want to check Rat Vanguards and Skelly Lords before too deep into the run? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, didn't this lady sell something? Oh yeah, the Jester's tights. I want to buy those and then pop these. Oh yeah, I can upgrade my flask. I forgot. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Cloud. Oh, another large tit? Only one, but I will take it. Man, I'm really hungry. I need to get some dinner. Let's go eat spaghetti. Sounds good. Chloranthy +2. Ooh.
Come again.
Hey, Battle Rules, thank you for the 109 months. Thank you, thank you. The Chariot Arena? Yeah. $10 p.m. dinner. Yeah, I normally eat kind of late. Yeah, I'm kind of scared here of like... Okay. Can upgrade my build so much? What do you mean? I can't really get that much, like I don't have... I could get Chloranthy +2, but then I'm still sacrificing 10 strength. All the other rings I have on are quite strong. I forgot to use the Estus upgrade though. Okay, that's kind of sketchy. Jesus. Okay. What? Thought I got the plunge attack. Why do I take so little damage? Because I'm OP. Come on, baby! Good barrel, good barrel. Oh! That was a pretty good barrel. We still don't have a torch. That's crazy. Wait. Oh, I was like, where the hell is he? King's ring? Ooh, shoot. Damn, we could go to Aldia's Keep. Mate, can't open the chest. We don't have the ember for him. Wait, did I? Oh, I just got a torch. Oh shit, I didn't notice that. I didn't see that. Nice. Freya.
I ought to do it.
You have to go from the, yeah, you have to go from the other side for this. Okay, I think we go check what Sentinels is. It's not that far away. Craftsman hammer. We could switch to the Craftsman hammer. Wait, how many twinklies do we have? 6? I don't know if that would be better. Wait, what am I even... Ring of Knowledge. Is that a stat ring? Oh yeah, int. I did not like that position. Bro, what is wrong with this fucking game? And it's like, how do I miss those? How do I miss those? I mean, I don't know why I'm even bothering. I don't know. Oh, God. Wait, can he not get through? Oh, okay. We're fine. I'm fine. Oh. My fucking God, bro. Just be any more fucked up. Oh, dude. Oh my God, this is so stressful. Holy shit. This is fine, I think. As long as I don't fall down. Or let this guy fall down. But that's okay. No 3 Nishandras. This guy might hit me here. God damn it. That's good damage. Oh shit. It's fine, guys. It's a very strong heal. It takes a long time to use, yes, but it's okay. Oh yeah, there's some illusories here too. Charred Lois Grates. Wait, is it a double illusory in here? Or is there just nothing? Wait, what? There's another? Wait, does this just go up to the top level, right? Ooh, 3 large shards? Oh, we have 5 now. We can, oh my god. We can get our mace to +8. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, we could jump the gap. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything else. And also just walk back up. Is there any more illusories down here? Can't remember. I think that's... Ooh, another large tit. I think I don't think those enemies can backstab you. Did seem like he wanted to try, though. Unless there's one right here? No, okay. The first wall was a double? What? What do you mean the first wall? You're fucking trolling me. I don't think there's any double wall. Ivory straight sword. All right, well. So we have 9 petrified dragon bones. I mean, we might as well just get the mace up. It's so good. +8 mace. Insane. I would like to maybe try out like a boss weapon or something later, but we need... Oh, this... Wow. It says 40 dex requirement? Jeez. Rapier is better? Yeah. Rapier is good. I can't remember if Old Leo Ring was available or not. I know there was a run where I could buy Old Leo Ring, but I don't know if it was this run or not. It might have been a different one. No, we don't have an Estus Shard. We do have a Bone Dust, though. Craftsman Hammer is good, but we can only get it to +3, I think. Or maybe even +2. Try different weapons? Well, I don't really have the choice, bro. Like, I only have so many upgrade materials, and there really isn't any, like, alternative. Just gonna have to wait until I get more materials. more vigor. I mean, we're at like 50 right now.
This.
Wait, what's my agility at? Because we're at... Hold on, does that take me to 99? It does. Nice. Alright, we're at 50 vigor, 1917 health, 125 stam, 99 agi. It's pretty solid. Did you try the first Berserker Kazan? I did, yeah. It's been fun. Try the charred sword. I don't have the stats, and I don't have the upgrade materials, so I think I'm not gonna do that. You guys gotta chill out with the backseating sometime. Just saying. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I really need to get some dinner, and I think this is a good stopping point. That's a good PB, so... Yeah, I'm hungry and tired, so... I'm gonna go get some food. But, thank you all for watching, everybody. It was a pretty good session. New PB of 7. And we've got a pretty solid run going. Tomorrow, I may do some Kazan. I'll try to continue this DS2 rando run though as well, but I do want to keep making progress on Kazan. There's also that Schedule 1 game, which I've seen people playing that looks kind of interesting. I don't know. Looks like it might be fun for like a stream. But yeah. Timer's still going. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's all right. All right, well, yeah, thank you all for watching, everybody. I'm gonna try to find somebody to raid here. Yeah, we will try to continue this rando run tomorrow, and also do some Kazan. Invalid run. Invalid, what you mean? What, am I supposed to finish it in one run? In one session? It would, God, that would be tough, honestly.